Hey everybody, we're back, and I am ready to queue up for the dungeon that I unlocked last night, which is called the Dancing Plague.
It's flip-flop berry time.
Let's see how long it takes this time. Since it's 10 p.m. server time, maybe I'll have a little more luck. Oh, there's 2 tanks queued.
I just realised how good this flam is now when I'm on Summoner. It fits Alice perfectly because it's got a book. Also, I don't think I'm being recorded twice now.
Nice.
No, I have confirmed I'm not. No more echo. Wonderful. So it was just because it was recording your desktop audio and Discord at the same time.
Oh, this one's wanting to know if they want to go, if we want to go too.
Oh, hi. Awesome. Damn, that popped fast. Oh god, the music in here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually going to turn my game up.
Who goes there? Are you the one who broke the seal?
Round and round again, round and round again, la 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 la.
Ah, so much time lost, so much frolicking and feasting left undone. We must make up for it. We must, beginning by playing with you.
Come and play! For the night is bright and you can sleep when you're dead.
Oh, I love the music in this
I
one.
forgot the time it was fucking Irish in English.
Can you guess which one? Wait, wait, wait! When you play with fire. We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest. Twist and spread.
You rotate counterclockwise for the ads, right?
Yeah.
just like the leaves on the grass. This is so much fun. Let's play some more.
Sorry for melee classes.
Yeah, really.
Ah, that hurts. You play rough.
I didn't get out of it fast enough.
Can you guess which one?
Look, it's really weird because I'm hearing, like, in Japanese my end, English your end. It's so strange to hear that.
We can play no more.
Oh, so pretty. Now that it's night again.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
Adorable sapling is what that was.
The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do. My adorable sapling, my precious mortal.
Oh dear. I ain't got time for that.
We fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
Oh, thank goodness.
Qitana Ravel.
Rejoice and revel
Okbra.
for the king. Yes, rejoice and revel, for the kingdom of rainbows is forever young. I know, right? Would love a statue of her.
Shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm? Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
Oof.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough!
That poor
Lift the
fairy.
enchantment!
That poor fairy.
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to your maw. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
The sky!
She's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General, what are our orders? What do we do?
He's scared of the dark.
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness. Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
Acht-la Ormh Inn! Acht-la Ormh Inn!
The king has returned. Make
What's
ready to
happening?
feast. Make ready to feast.
Water? That wasn't there before. Ah!
Yeah. The night is delightful. Dance we shall. The night is delightful. Sing we shall.
This is why you don't fuck with fairies in your own realm.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it! General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat. All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Phaera all volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Phaera, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wished to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength, in return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
So what'll I say? I'll be sad to lose you? What about our pact? What about our pact?
Silly darling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would your business.
Beautiful branch is what that was.
So pretty.
Gorgeous. Alright.
Yoshi P, it'll make housing? Question mark?
Yeah, really.
Look at this fucking mushroom.
Yeet. Urianji says, "Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over the foe. Oh. Yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fey folk put the Yulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove, were the mood only to take them." Quite right, Uber Danger. Thancred wishes to have a word with the hero of the hour. Thancred says, "I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, nonetheless, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmor's attentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for us all when I say that I've had a bellyful of Ilmeg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again." Good plan, buddy. Good plan. Alright, to the Crystarium.
The twins jumping was fantastic. I was standing behind Alphana with the malevolent emote on. Worth it.
Totally.
Had to use your stream to
see that, yeah.
Because they don't exist for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, they do, just not there.
Yeah. Alright. Hey, LSA, what do you got to say?
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Yulmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
It's a mutt!
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
It's your boy. Oh shit, what up?
were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
Flamboyant.
Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all, but that's no different from what La Habrea did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting.
Not wrong.
Just once. Might we not seek to find common ground?
No.
For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
Seeing that for the first time after seeing what happens later is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That's so good.
Cooperation, Alice says. He can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Lithingal. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Alright, Master of Sweets, huh? Manager of Sweets says, welcome back, miss. We've been expecting you. You will find refreshment laid out in your quarters. We hope that they are to your liking. Will you be retiring now? Very good, miss. I bid you a pleasant evening. Handwritten missive says, I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. He'll probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history and the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmet Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmet Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
So what do we say? Not everything? Tell me about Sato? Or you're putting me off my dinner? Tell me about Sato.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big, and he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
The manager of suites is in a cheerful mood. Good morning to you, miss. I do hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the ocular. He asks that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. Alright, but first I want to repair my gear, so... There's a mender down there somewhere.
Just ran up past a mender. There's one just outside the
housing.
Oh.
Well, shoot.
The cat standing next to me is a mender.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
I did not realize that.
You sort of blend into the surroundings.
Oh, yeah. Well, if it had been a snake, she would have bit me.
Yep. Where are we up to?
Dosselgate. We're going to the ocular.
Ah! Come to a crystal ball.
Gatekeep, before you even ask, yes, I have business with him. Excuse me. Alright, why were there no more sandwiches than you gave me? I'm still hungry.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Please, did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon?
Yeah, but I didn't think you'd steal all my sandwiches.
Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs.
Is that your only marble? The one stuck in your forehead?
I think he's trying to be visual.
And thus did the olive branch wither and die.
Yeah.
Pity.
Flamboyant.
I do love him, and yet though.
Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was.
Oh yeah, absolutely adore him. He's a good bad guy.
Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes.
I can't really comment on that, knowing what I know.
Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Okay, what to say? A colonel, perhaps? Not one jot? Or I don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. It's very lithe to say. It's very lithe to say, make him wish he hadn't.
I'm sure you will, but consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Ormh Inn, and Rak'tika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Ormh Inn in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Rak'tika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
That's right, though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Acht-la Ormh.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance? Of course. Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Exarch says, before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather the ruins of a church, at Fort Job. Might I ask you to go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. Or Uberdanger says, a most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Rak'tika, we shall journey unto Fort Job, where we might secure this relic. Alright, to Fort Job. Off I go!
To Foot Job?
Yep. Oh, let's talk to the Emerald thing. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, there it is. Get rid of that. Oh, that's not the Amaro, that's the gem trader. Nonetheless. Alright, now we go see Urianger. Here amidst these ruins we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall the tablet we seek. Okay. This time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. He appears lost in thought. Urianger says, at the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as a testament to his integrity, or his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable tides would drown nigh every one, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from the fulgent deluge, were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both, whence came the name of Sin Eater. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their God. Yet, where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Rak'tika Great Wood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. Alright, over this way. Hi, Thancred. Thancred says, despite their architectural prowess, I can make neither head nor tail of anything in this place. You would think the remnants of a church would be more conspicuous. Urianger says, 'twould be most unusual, but mayhap the hall was built below ground. Maybe? You know, I forgot this was down here.
Me too.
Urianger says, aye, this is indeed the church we seek. Minfilia says, it's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen till now has always bore the scars of decades of disuse. Urianger says, its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time, yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark, and its followers did want for places of worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the knights blessed. Thancred says, who subsequently migrated to Rak'tika. Yes? Urianger says, indeed. 'Twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Rak'tika Great Wood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft and many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures at friendship unto them, but they were no fools. The Exarch knoweth yet full well, that Y'shtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all that she may of the blessed in their past. 'Tis why he sent us here, I now see. Urianger continues, the tablet of which he spoke no doubt proveth a glimpse into the history that she yearns to comprehend. Thancred says, well then, we better hurry up and find it. Search your surroundings for the tablet. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target an area, and inspect it with the mouse click. Okay.
Really hope we stay in shot for this.
You don't. There it is. You've located the time-worn tablet. Urianger says, "Within the altar, thou sayest?" I want that altar as a housing item. Urianger says, "Not escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek." Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are writ in the script of the ancient empire of Rak'tika, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rak'tika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one would expect, they deem the light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the Blessed that one's own name must never be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and, in rare cases, masters their disciples. So it is that Y'shtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the blessed presence. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the great wood's border. Well, okay then.
You link a location. You already did.
That's what I was up to. Just before we cross the zone line. Thank you.
He's the only one of the two that's named, so I figured it was this one.
Mercant says, "Ah, well, Matt Traveler, what business brings you here?" Yes, of course, right this way.
Right, I forget you get cutscene into Rak'tika.
Lahi!
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Rak'tika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
Pretty tree.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule!
Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
Oh dear. Oh dear me.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
Urianger says, "'Tis plain our Asian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without secrease. If naught is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb." 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste upon their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps, to Fort Gone. Okay. I'm just gonna drive over. And here we are. Asian in tow.
I see little sign of recent activity. nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Now! Surround them! These senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a sin eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
What'll I say? Please, we're not senators. Kupo?
Sounds elf. Kupo.
No, I just said nothing.
Yeah, I said Kupo. It's a funny reaction.
Yes, it is.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade. Good luck.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Enough. Runard, report.
Master Matoya! We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are sin eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not sin eaters, then what?
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but two Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
Alright, so what am I gonna say? It's been too long, clearly. Nice to see you too, Master Matoya. You truly thought me a sin eater? Nice to see you too.
Must be tough getting people to recognize you when you don't bloody speak.
Yeah, really.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons.
Oh, dear Lord.
Forgive us this hostile welcome.
Sorry about that. My mother was interrupting, as per usual.
Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Rak'tika and its people.
I see you're fighting something. Y'shtola says you've been busy since arriving in the first, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort Gone yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate, and you will find me soon enough.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was going to change your cutscene audio.
Oh, I didn't change the cutscene audio just when I came out of the cutscene.
Oh. That's fine. Yeah, I was doing the fake.
No worries. I'm gonna go get that Aether Current. Alright, there's one down. Off we go. There's Y'shtola. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelveswood, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. Attune the Aetherite before I talk to her, so I don't forget to. And the Amaro Keep. We have Amaro Hire if interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to our register. Okay, that's handled. Alright, let's go talk to Y'shtola.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people.
I'd settle for some stew.
Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come. I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Rak'tika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust, and thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I've come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me. Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Stola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
She hit him right in the core with that.
He understands that I'm not the same, that I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life. But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Excuse me. Alright, let's talk to Y'shtola again. She's staring off into the distance, lost in thought. I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect, Y'shtola says. She continues, though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alice and Alphino have changed since arriving in the First. What'll I say? Change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better, or perhaps you should be concerned with how you have changed. I'm going to direct that barb at her. Consider how you've changed. She says, I realize I am not as I was on the source, but I cannot say I regret the decisions that allowed me to come this far. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look around Slitherbough. If there's anything you need, pray speak with Runar in the plaza. Alright, let's go talk to the big cat boy. Hello, Catman. Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium, I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the White Warden here in Rak'tika. Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Minfield says, would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Minfield says, thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? Runar says, if not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say that there were not some hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again now that she is with us, and I have no doubt that others feel the same. She is as much part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in the service of the dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now you should know that there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to as long as they reside within Slitherbough. Minfield says, to show reverence to the dark? Runar says, in a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me.
They will take you to my brother. He is known as Frozen Serpent.
Alright, let's go. which door do we go through? This one, I think. There we are. Runar says, should you see any of our people come into this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Rak'tika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, and I might rid you of the light's impurity?
There we go, just have to restart Discord.
Hey. Just went in a cutscene. As Runar lightly sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle.
Uh-oh.
It's radioactive!
No, it's holy water.
Yes.
No. You just got a Rak'tika roofie.
Oh, shit!
I mean, if holy water burns, you might have a problem. And that's what they're implying.
Alright, Runar says...
They're implying that this dark, blessed water, whenever you're... Are you overflowing with light?
Well, sort of.
Oh, yeah, because you stole a solid, so it's not a spoiler.
Yeah, and absorbed 2 of the Light Wardens so far, so yeah.
Wait a second. Has she stolen set it yet?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
She didn't quite recognize us because of all the light.
Yeah, she thought you were a Sith.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Runar says, and with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? Tingly!
With my hands.
Minfilia says, I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Runar says, only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in arcane arts. As such, it is said their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. Runar says, a prickling sensation. No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. Minfilia says, I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. Runar, the dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect unless... By the gods, Master Matoya was right. You are Sin-Eaters! I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Minfilia says, is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. Runar says, you need not worry, merely speaking the words Alantuta, and they will know you are friends of the Blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are like to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways.
You just walk up to someone. Alien tutor! Alien tutor!
Alright, let's go say Alien Tuba to people. Alien Tuba! Huh? Okay, the elderly woman smiles warmly. I guess it was close enough. Kupo! Alien Tuba. Ah, a newly come traveler. Alin Chisi, and welcome to Slitherbow. Vondia continues, you must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are a quiet and taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea, the quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Okay. Well, if you're all silent and taciturn, then why are you so chatty?
Zuki, you should know dragons never shut up.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Where's this other person I'm not seeing? Hello. Other room. I did that the first time through here, too, I think. Ah, there we go. Ass gear. Alright, Alien Tuba. Alan Chisi. Welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not, our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it's yours. I bet it tastes like grass! Alright, Vinfilia says, everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There is still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they built such a thriving community. Hey, runner! Let's talk to him. Judging by the glint in Runar's eye, there is more for you to learn about Slitherbow. Okay. Runar says, ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they are glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions, or if there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Runar says, speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand... what do I say? It'd be my pleasure. What do you want me to kill? Runar says...
That's my line.
Alright, so Runar says, we are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you bring a jug of water and water the crops in the square. Hey, that's not killing something. Alright, whatever. Vinfilia says, may I help too? Runar says, of course, one of you can do the filling, the other the watering. Speak with Ursabel when you have finished. She will be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see that your room see to your room and a warm meal. Is it a donut? Ophelia says, right there. Right then. I'll fill, you water. Ophelia says, this was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Take the jug of water to the square before the contents leak out. Okay. We'll have 45 seconds to complete the task. Should you fail, return to Minfilia and try again. Okay. Watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water. Okay. Was there enough water for the plot? No. Only half, Minfilia says. I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. Alright, take another jug. Have 30 seconds to complete the task. Hustle, hustle, hustle! Whole plot is thoroughly watered now. Alright. Ursabel says, well met travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You watered the crops? My apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Ursabel says, watering the crops was always Tadia's duty, but she's no longer with us. We have since taken the sharing of the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Minfilia says, is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you like. Ursabel says, there is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. Minfilia says, I don't know how you manage. Have the blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. Ursabel says, I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Ursabel says, tell me, do you know our history, how our faith came to be? Minfilia says, yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Rak'tika Greatwood. Ursabel says, I see you've read our history. But there is a history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as sin-eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in truth, they found new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies and the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls unto the blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, that we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. Ophelia says, with so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. Ursabel says, you were kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. She continues, in times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight on to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they left us. This we must do for them, our children and generations yet unborn. Minfilia says, to keep their legacy alive. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Where am I going? Run on over to Runa. Runa has more work to be done. Runa says, done tending to the crops already. Runa says, very good. It should not be long before your room is ready. Solemn Blessed says, Runar! In the woods. Sin Eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? Runar says. Solemn Blessed says, in the grove to the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbow. Runar says, then we have no need to engage. Inform the guards that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. Solemn Blessed says, but sir, what of Todia's Heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Runar says, of all the times for Sin Eaters to appear. Nymphilia says, are you just going to leave them alone? Runar says, under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate to strike in striking the beasts down, but they indeed have the touch, or if indeed they have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. Minfilia says, what was that you said about a stone? Solemn Bless says, a few days past, Tadia, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All the Knights Blessed were given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens, but now... Oh dear. And Philia says, what if I could find it for you? Minfilia says, I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Runar says, Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia? Descended from the Oracle? Runar says, even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the Blessed. Minfilia says, I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need, and I can help. Please let me do this. Runar says, very well. But if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. Minfilia gasps, I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Alright, what to say? Don't worry, I'll come with you, or Thancred doesn't need to know. Yeah, I'll go with her. Minfilia says, thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with them in no time at all. Runar says, go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both.
We're going to pop up into another channel, so okay. I can give them instructions.
Okie doke.
Back in a bit.
Alrighty. Let's go find that pendant. There, the Sin Eaters, Minfilia says. Oh, it's a big one. 2 big ones. Minfilia says, I was hoping there would only be one. Ophelia says, there's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Oh, what'll I say? Well, let's go get to it then. Perhaps we should split them up. Or what do you propose we do? Let's get to it then. Let's barrel in head first. Ophelia says, what? Shouldn't we make a plan first? Though there are only two. Ophelia says, I'll draw one of them away. You can deal with the other. Yeah, they're pretty, but they're pretty nasty too. What they do to people is awful. Alright, let's go find Minfilia. There she is. Minfilia's panting and gasping. There you are! It's done. Though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. Minfilia says, I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Alright, now I gotta search too. Oh, there's a shiny thing. Hello, Jody. How are you doing? Alright, there seems to be no trace of the Heartstone here. No trace of it here either. Excuse me. Brush away the leaves and uncover a brilliant green gem. Ah, I hope you had a good day at work. Alright, found the gemstone. Or the Heartstone, so now to go back to Minfilia. Where is she hiding? There she is. Minfilia says, did you have any luck? There's the gem. Ophelia says, it's beautiful. This has to be it. Glad to hear it, Jody. Minfilia continues to say, you know, Thancred always said you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. Minfilia says, I have much to learn if I'm to even be half the hero you are. Minfilia says, the hero she was. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runar and the others are probably worried. Alright, let's head back into the little encampment. Hey, Runar, we're back. Runar says, thank goodness you're safe. I have begun to fear the worst. Runar says, by all that is dark, you found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits unto the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Runar lets out a sigh of relief. Runar says, words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend the service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others. It will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Minfilia says, I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away. And we helped them recover a lost heirloom out of the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. There were Sin Eaters, and Thancred says, as long as she accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. Minfilia says, how did you... Thancred says, let's just say a little bird told me. And it's telling me now that Lithingel has business with us. Minfilia says, is something the matter? Minfilia says, they've asked us to attend the service? Of course we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care not to be late, I promise. Alright, where's the Placid Elder? There we go. It is quite dark down in here, isn't it? Pretty, though. Placid Elder says little. The elderly woman hands you a candle. She then points over at a nearby corner where you might place it.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
This is really something, their traditions and all.
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menin. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers. We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
This is such a little beautiful tradition that they built into the game.
I am told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
What do I say? I should have liked to have met her. You know I don't deserve such reverence or just stoic silence. I should have liked to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact. Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Okay. Let's go talk to Y'shtala. Y'shtala says, "Good, you are here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift, our next course of action is now clear." Y'shtala seems quite pleased with herself, but whether she has good or bad news to share remains to be seen. Y'shtala says, "Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronkan Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unceasing war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition." Minfilia says, "And you think this ancient petition will somehow help us get into Ixmaya?" Urianger says, "Indeed we do. For etched into this tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronkan Empire. Provided we are able to decipher such instructions, we may entreat the ruin's protectors to grant us safe passage." Y'shtala says, "The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one recourse. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronkan text and translations into a more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes." Minfilia says, "Where can we find this monument?" Y'shtala says, "Here in Sittia. Quite close to Slitherbow, in fact." Y'shtala says, "The good news ends there, however, for it is in the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the Children of Everlasting Dark. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate their encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I'm afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me." Thancred says, "And before you even ask, the answer is no. We are to remain unseen. Our group must be as small as possible, Minfilia." Minfilia says, "All right, I'll stay here until you return." Thancred says, "We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe." He was saying that to Urianger. Y'shtala says, "Then let us convene outside to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges." go find Ishtala again. There they are. Ishtala says the encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Claire to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has aught to share of their recent activity. But we must tread carefully. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they cleanse their victims of sin and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Alright, let's go find this. Do not interfere with our work. Alright, well, too bad. The Blessed Watchman says, "By the blessed dark!" Ishtala says, "Thank goodness you are unharmed." Thancred says, "We would have arrived sooner, but we too had a rather unwelcome visit from the children." Blessed Watchman says, "You are an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then. My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought to take a closer look. I was careless." Ishtala says, "Strange? What have you seen?" The Watchman says, "At first there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients for poisons from flora and fauna. But then I took notice of their venomous spiders. They've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something." Thancred says, "Any idea as to what?" Ishtala says, "It could be anything, really. If it meant the end of the blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nests where they keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are a natural predator to spiders. Set them loose on the nests and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment." Thancred says, "What a mischievous plan! I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies, long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use?" Blessed Watchman says, "We should have smoke bombs at the outpost just over there." Thancred says, "Then it's settled." Thancred says, "Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search about for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit, but once they're knocked out, take the hives and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think." Alright, so now we're beekeepers. Oh, Aether Current. Let's go get that. Now these are important because later on, if I've gotten all of them, it'll let me fly in this zone. This area. Alright, back to my quest. Alright, got my smoke bombs. Let's use one on that hive. And let's capture that hive. Go find another one. Oh, there it is. Oh, I've angered the bees again. Alright, let's put this one in a sack too. Alright, Y'shtola, I got your stuff. I got the bees. Y'shtola says the guard returned to Slitherbough, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. How did you fare? Hand over my 2 sacks of beehives. Y'shtola says this is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Let us hurry before the bees begin to stir. Y'shtola is ready to move. The children's settlement is to the west, a place they call Woven Oath. Y'shtola continues, according to the guards, there is an airway apart from the main entrance, which leads to the spider's nest. If the fates are kind, the way will be clear. Alright, regrouping again. Let's talk to Y'shtola again. Alright. Y'shtella says, up there is the airway. Do you see it? That looks like... Okay. Thancred says, a bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss the bag through. Thancred says, though we should probably loosen the ropes keeping it closed. Enough that it falls open when it lands inside. Thancred, may I do the honors? Thancred says, that should do it. Now we wait. Villager of the Everlasting Dark says, what is that? Villager, bees! By the abyss, they're everywhere. Help! Someone help! We have to save the spiders! Y'shtella, it sounds like our plan is working. Still, it's quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. Thancred says, if you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Y'shtella more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Yeah, sure. Y'shtella says, your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it'll come to that. Thancred, why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of my loafing about bored in the shadows? Y'shtella says, come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready. Alright. Well then. Let's head into the cave, I guess. Or no, I can't get up that way. Nope, can't get up that way. Aha, Aether Current. Stealth mission, so I'm running a motorcycle right on in, huh? Hi, Y'shtella. Y'shtella says the font of seeing suggests this is a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they should not place this near potential distractions from their worship. Perhaps the monument is further in. There's the monument. Okay. Yes, this is it, Y'shtella says. Y'shtella continues, I will be but a moment. Keep watch at the entryway. On second thought, would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behoove us to learn all we can. Examine the murals and take note of what events they depict. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a mural and examine it. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne attending to their subjects. Wait a second. Okay, the ruler appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne attended by their subjects. Another mural. The mural appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from an approaching darkness. The central figure is considerably faded. And primitive mural. All right. Mural appears to be ancient. A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory.
These paintings, they seem familiar. Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this.
What's this?
There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces.
Really?
He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself. I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it. Before or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Alright. Ishtala says, I believe I now have everything needed to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the ages of gods, the Ronkan Empire, and immediately before the flood. Very astute observations. Perhaps in another lifetime you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps the knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Ishtala's thirst for knowledge sated, she seems content to return to Slitherbow. Let us hurry to Slitherbow, the others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar will be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything of import, you'll be the first to know. Alright, let's go back to town. Runar says, Lithingel, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya to Woven. And no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me. She is safe, and that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. Stew. Oh, let's talk to the mender. Oh, doesn't need repaired, okay. Alright, let's have a sit down. So pretty in these woods.
Strange. The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? The blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the Source.
Oh dear.
Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed, everything you claim to have seen, did you?
Help! Someone help! The Ilmoran have come for us! We're under attack!
Meanwhile, in Yulmore,
Lord Vorthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling warriors of darkness. They have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers, so I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night.
well, getting late.
For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king. Nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss.
Okay, you fat baby head.
Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize
what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral Era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power. But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
You underestimate them, Lord Vorthry. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
No, that is the big fat guy talking. He's not a psychic Enoch. He's just... He is the one that thinks he's king of the world. Or that he should be. The white lion next to him is just another form of Sin Eater. Something that's actually under his command, we've found out in a previous episode of this.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
It does have quite the crown on it. Yeah, that big kitty does. But no, that's just a minion of his, so to speak.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense.
Oh dear.
Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception.
Well, magical at least.
What? How did he?
Yeah.
Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
There he goes, having another tantrum. Shit again.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Rak'tika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Rak'tika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools! Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our faith to join those Salets?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
Alright, let's talk to Urianger. Urianger says, the guard hath been afflicted with a most terrible and efficacious poison. We have attempted all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it'll afford us sufficient time to find a cure. Urianger wears a sober expression. Urianger, how fareth the young guard? Y'shtola says, the poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Runar says, do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is a nigh impossible task. Eckert says, what of the rest of the Blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmor's generous proposition? Runar says, with anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose them and the children. I considered a convocation of all the Knights Blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I am truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. But there is no reason for you to suffer our decision. Your work is not yet done, and you still have time to flee. Y'shtola says, flee? I am not wont to run from my troubles. In fact, with Lithingel's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. Y'shtola says, the Yulmoran's presence here plainly stems from a desire to protect the Light Warden. I say we seek out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Rak'tika, they would have no cause to remain. Thancred says, all of which is rather easier said than done, unless, of course, you finally deciphered that tablet. Y'shtola says, I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Ixmai. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. Urianger says, we cannot deny our fate, but one course lieth before us. So what'll I say? We slay the White Warden? Light Warden? For the Knights Blessed? Or, well, we are villains, are we not? Slay that Light Warden. Y'shtola says, good. I leave the Blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Runar says, very well. I see there is no changing your mind. In all the Stark, I swear to keep the Blessed safe. Y'shtola says, according to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ranka in times past. One such seal should be waiting for us in a complex of underwater ruins not far from here. You have some experience with aquatic excursions, do you not? Yeah, I can swim. Y'shtola says, then this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of Lake Sui Mekta. Thancred says, well, you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help shore up Slitherbow's defenses. Runar says, your aid would be greatly appreciated. Alright. Y'shtola, where are you? I need to talk to you. Way over there. Okay. Time to get out my car. Where motorcycle. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Oh, I thought I heard an aether current, but oh well. Oh, are we up on top of that? No? Alright, Ishtala. Ishtala says, there you are, ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in a chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronkin culture. The Ronkins sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood, the arbiter of life and death. Below it were four others, each equal in rank: the coral, the colibri, the opo-opo, and the wolf, characterized as the bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablet states that one must pay due deference to three of these beasts by placing one's palm on monuments wrought in their image, and that this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the three commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake, by its strength do our lance prosper. Be as the opo-opo, rival thy kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. So snake, opo-opo, be as the wolf, move as one, peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. So snake, monkey, wolf. Tablet says not of the placement, size, or appearance of the monuments, alas. Hopefully it will become clear when you reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. Snake, monkey, opo, wolf. Got it. Alright, time to go swimming. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a serpent statue. Place my palm on it. Yep. Sense something stirring elsewhere in the lake. That's a coral. That's not... That's a cat. That's not one of them that was mentioned. So we'll leave it alone. Oppo, Oppo. That was the second one. Find a statue of an Oppo, Oppo. Sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Excuse me. Something a little more suited for underwater travel. That's a colibri statue. Again, not the one we were looking for. Oh. There's the wolf. Find a statue of a wolf. Put my hand on it. Once more you sense something stir elsewhere in the lake. Perhaps the chamber containing the seal is open. Alright. Gotta go find that seal now. There we go, there's the seal. A door opens to reveal a pedestal upon which rests a medallion. You take it and secure it inside your clothing. Alright, now I gotta talk to Y'shtola again. Alright, let's go. Alright. Y'shtola says, did you find it? I did. This medallion, she says, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is a seal of Rak'tika. Well done. We can begin our preparations to enter Ixmaya in earnest. Alright. Into the wood. Y'shtola would waste no time in heading to Ixmaya. Alright. Bearing this seal, it should be possible to enter Ixmaya unmolested by its guardians. I'll go ahead to Slitherbow and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet us in the cavern leading east out of the village. Yeah, I'm not gonna run all the way, so I'm just gonna teleport. Just a second. I want to check something. Let's see. All right. Let's go. I'm going into a different part of the forest now. All right, Ishtala. Ishtala says, good, you're here. Runar opened the gate for us but moments ago. Beyond lies Ixmaya and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the Wood's protectors to find me when I last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, there is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now let us seek out the Warden and put an end to this reign over, to its reign over these woods. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh.
It would seem we have found them.
Or they us. Excuse me.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
Wait! We did not come to! Oh.
Fierce.
Stop! We mean you no harm.
Well, that paused him.
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
It appears to be genuine.
Oh, let's see here. Well...
Then perhaps there is yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village.
There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us? But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya,
fine. At least it wasn't far to go. Silly rabbits, tricks are for pixies. Bow-wielding sentinel. I would have the seal that we may confirm its authenticity. Inshallah, straight to the point, I see. Very well. Sentinel. There is no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and by its weight it is plain that it was made from gold. The seal indeed is genuine. For 3,000 years we've been waiting for this moment, and now you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Rak'tika. I am Almet, chieftainess of Phanau. Uamet, her younger sister. Saimet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would come. Shall I beg your pardon? Almet, these are troubled times for my people. Though I can but imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, Olmet says, if you'd like, I will show you about the village. Though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floor, so do watch your step. Bunnies living in trees. Wascally wabbits. Saimet is who we're talking to. Saimet is staring intently at in your general direction, okay? Saimet says, this way, what's your name? Never mind. Lithingal. And this is a common name nowadays? My, how times change. But I digress. Come and be sure to watch your step. Oh, there's a rope barrier. Almet is over here. So we'll talk to her. Almet says, as bearers of the seal, you have a right to know what became of the Empire and my people's purpose here. We are descendants of the palace guard which served under the last emperor, and to this day we carry on the duty of our forebears, the final decree of His Eminence before Rak'tika's fall. By the wisdom of our people was Rak'tika made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to the coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus will Rak'tika live on. By his command we have remained in the Rak'tika Greatwood, guardians to Rak'tika's ruins and the wisdom held within. Urianger says, I hope thou wilt not think the question impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? Elmet says, that was one reason, yes. We V's would easily live to see the 3 of your elven lifetimes. We were also the fiercest fighters. There are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Rak'tika, Elmet says. Ulmet says, but our duty has grown ever more perilous in the wake of the flood. Simet says, settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now Phaera is all that remains. Elmet says, our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. Ishtala says, and you believe we are the allies for whom you've waited? Ulmet says, you have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting? That alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Simet says, sister! Ulmet says, we are glad of your presence here in the Great Wood. The wisdom of Rak'tika is yours should you wish it. You need only ask. Well then. Ulmet says, you come in search of the Light Warden. My apologies, I do not know where it makes its lair. Ulmet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Ulmet says, not these past 30 summers. Minfili says, 30? 30? But that would mean, how old are you exactly? Never ask a lady her age, young lady. Ulmet says, young enough to remember. Ulmet says, with age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has seen or heard of the abomination you seek. Ishtala says, we have leave to speak with the other V's then? Ulmet says, but of course. Ishtala says, then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something, I would hear it while there is yet time to act. Alright, let's go talk to people. No, we're going to attune to this Aetheryte first thing. Alright, let's talk to Loymet here. Loymet says, you search for the Light Warden. I cannot say I have ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Okay. Nymet. Let's talk to you. Nymet says, it was not my intention to pry, but your voices carry far. I know what it is you would ask of me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, but if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. Okay. I gotta get down there now. Alright, Coralie, what do you got to say? Coralie, an outsider? But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire, my sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the Warden you wished to know about? Yes, my mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fanau, she lived in a village near Rak'tika Falls until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of the abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger, for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that what she had seen was the Light Warden. Your exchange with Coralie has taught you something about the Light Warden's possible whereabouts. Alright. There's one more person to speak with. Where are they? Up, down, somewhere around? Well, let's unlock the gemstone trader. Alright, let's talk to Shoana. The Light Warden? No, I have not seen it. But I have witnessed the horrors of the Lesser Eaters. How they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring it its next meal. Alright. Let's go back to Almat. Almat says, I pray the others were able to provide what I could not. Here's some testimonials. Almat says, near Rak'tika Falls. Why was I not told this? Umet says, I think I see now why it was never been spotted on our patrols. Stahl says, I have never heard of this Rak'tika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Ixmaya? Simet says, just so. But the tunnel which leads there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, but each time we were driven back. In the end, we were forced to give it up as lost. Elmet says, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps one way to enter, though it would be a great peril to you and your companions. The Qitana Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within it a path that leads to the falls. Y'shtola says, can it be opened? Almet says, for the allies of Ronka, it can. First, I must go to the Kmol Stropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored there, the path through the Qitana Ravel can be opened. Almet says, this may sound a simple task, but there are certain obstacles which prevent us from attending to it ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. Simet says, the Emperor never granted our forebears leave to look upon the secrets we were charged with protecting, that we might not be tempted. The means to do so were withheld from us. But we will show you the way. The rest will be up to you. Y'shtola says, it would seem we have our work cut out for us then. Shall we? Alright, what'll I say? Do you have to ask, we've no time to waste, or if we must? We've no time to waste. Y'shtola says, let us be about it then. Almet says, if that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. Y'shtola says, while we attend to matters at the Kmol Astropolis, I will ask that your sisters accompany Urianger and Thancred and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Rak'tika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Almet says, Umet, Simet, I leave them to you. Almet says, yes, sister. Urianger says, should our present course prove false, doubt not that Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. Alright. I want to make sure I touched that crystal. Alright, I did. Alright, let's talk to Almet again. Almet stands ready to guide you through the ruins. Okay. Almet says, what you seek lies in the heart of the Kmol Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed shut by order of His Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Alright. How do I blow this popsicle stand again? I haven't been out here without being able to fly in a long time. Alright, there we are. Alright, Almet. Almet says, you were able to keep up, I see. Well done. Ahead lie the morning stars, 4 monuments built in tribute to the guardians of Rak'tika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Uxner, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid. Though I know not how, that is for you to discover. Y'shtola says, another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. Those are quite something. Alright. Oh, bugger. That's your last mistake, you rock thing. Talking to Ystella. Ystella says, it is indeed another puzzle, but for a blessing it appears to be similar to the one we encountered in the lake. These statues are depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way into the pyramid in like manner. We have but to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. Elmet says, these ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may well be hiding among them. Stella says, indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are as numerous as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkin script. No matter, you will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here. I had thought to use these clay tablets to record any significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscription you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Okay. Go. Take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Okay. Really? Oh, fine. I'll kill you too. Put you out of your misery. Get away. There we go. Alright, let's get that impression. Take an impression of the writing inscribed on the monument. Alright, next one. Up we go. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Take the impression, and one more to go. Take an impression of the writing on the monument. Alright. Now we take him to Y'shtala. Oh hey, an aether current. Let's go get that before we go talk to Y'shtala. Oof, that's a big drop. Y'shtala, I got the things. Alright, Y'shtala says, I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. Yep, let's hand them over. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you've found. Y'shtala says, apologies for the delay. Nothing we saw at the base of the pyramids gave any hint as to the solution of the puzzle, focusing instead on how to proceed having solved it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I had assumed that the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what Almet and I were able to gather, it is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with aether. Y'shtala says, the question being, which one? Y'shtala says, have you any thoughts? Y'shtala says, given your tablet for her talent for finding solutions to vexatious problems, I think it best that you choose a statue. What say you? I'll offer my thoughts. Y'shtala says, right then, after you have selected a statue, I will imbue it with the required aether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? I'm gonna go with the owl, since it's the Empire's symbol. And because I like owls anyway, so. Y'shtala says, alright, I pray this works. Y'shtala says, the aether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Alright, Almet, what do you got to say? Almet says, the way should be clear now. Come, let us... Almet says, someone approaches. Samet says, sister! Sister! Samet? Almet says, what are you doing here? What has happened? Samet says, Yomoran soldiers, they've entered Ixmaya. Y'shtala says, Yomoran soldiers? And what of the blessed? Samet says, nothing specific. but it seems the Ilmorans had little interest in Slitherbout or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Ixmaya upon finding it. Together with Thancred and Oymet and some others, have engaged them at the border. Helmet says, "You are to return and assist Elmet at once." Elmet says, "They are not to set foot near the ruins or Fano." Elmet says, "We will see to matters here and return as quickly as we can. Understood?" Simet says, "Yes, sister. Be careful." Ishtal says, "Though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Umorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now." Quest name Mikasa Tupasa. Almet would have you hurry to the pyramid. Time is against us, my friend. Quickly to the pyramid, Almet says. Well, alright. I'll get on my bike then. Am I going the right way? Yes. This is pretty, I like it. Ah, there's Almet. Alright, I'm here. Almet says, "The switch should be through these doors in the confessional of Tupasa, the elder, but why is it not open?" Shell says, "Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue?" Strange indeed. The second statue was likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Almet, take the chamber to the south, Lithingal the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. There it is. How convenient. I'm the one sent to where it is. I've looked everywhere and... Wait, is that it? Elmet says. Elmet says, the statue, you found it. It looks light enough. We need to but return it to the other altar, no? Y'shtola says, one might assume so, but nothing about these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statues in the corridors of this place. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me if for them to suddenly stir to life. Elmet says, a trap then, for the unsuspecting as they attempted to return this to its rightful place. Y'shtola says, precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Y'shtola says, which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes distinctly so, or distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would be more would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. Okay. Y'shtola says, all right then, we will meet you at the door to the confessional of Topasa the Elder. Deliver the owl statuette to the altar at the entrance of the confessional of Topasa the Elder. You'll have 2 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location to begin anew. Alright, be wary of attacks from enemies, which will sap your strength. Okay. You successfully deliver the statuette to the altar. Elmet says, the statue is returned, but was that enough? Y'shtola says, I believe it was. I can see aether flowing into the door now. Ooh. Y'shtola says, I pray this means an end to the tricks and traps of this ruin. I doubt it. Y'shtola says, well done. Elmet says, you are but one step from entering the Qitana Ravel, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome this final trial and the path forward will open to you. Y'shtola says, a path laden with more puzzles and traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting the time of his allies? Let us end this. while time is yet on our side. Almet wishes to offer a word of warning. Almet says, before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. Ishtal says, I think she and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. Alright, the sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Okay. Let's do this. Ishtala says, shall we get this over with? Let's do it. Alright. Ishtala says, we must hurry before the Ormh Inn soldiers gain any ground. Wait, do you see those sentinels? They are made to curse any who enter the pyramid. It is said to be seen by them is to be seen by death. Beware their gaze. Alright, let's get going. Ooh. Almet says, sister, can you hear me? 2 soldiers have broken through our defenses. Almet says, follow them. They are not to reach this temple, understood. Almet says, a pair of soldiers somehow made it past my sisters. No doubt. They are on their way here. All the more reason we should hurry then. Another sentinel. Its movement is somehow different from before. Okay. Wait. Ah, shit!
Away with you!
No! This ends now!
Curse was not as potent as I dared imagine, but I suggest we avoid another confrontation. Its effects no doubt grow with every invocation. Alright. Oh. They are massive. How are we to get around them? We'll draw their attention with a glamour. Ishtala says, it will not last long. The moment they are distracted, we must run with all haste. Teleportation device? This should end well. There's no turning back. Alright, well, come on guys. Let's go. Nightingale, Almet, can anyone hear me? We must be sent. We must have been sent to cough. Different air nullified my magic. Poison and it's. We're making markings on the floor. Cough. They think they show the way out. Okay. Finally, fresh air. How have you two fared? We've got to keep moving. Somehow we're still in one piece. Alright. That means little to the others if we do not hurry. Careful now. Ooh. Uh-oh. What was that noise? Oh. Whew, Indiana Jones moment. By the gods. Yeah, I'm not liking that rock. Run! Okay, come on, let's run. We have to jump! Geronimo! Okay. Well, there's no going back now. I pray it's not much further. Olmec says, Sister, they have reached the temple. I fear they are too fast for us. Olmec says, be careful of the traps inside. We're nearly there. Olmec says it's unheard of for anyone to outpace the V's. What is this man who comes after you? Ishtala says, could it be Regent? Ranjit? If so, we have precious little time. Another door. Wonderful. I can but imagine what awaits us inside, Y'shtella says. Well, let's see what we got behind door number... Oh. Ranjit, there you are. Oh, no! Impossible. This bastard.
Be gone!
No, you!
Here I come! No holding back!
No quarter!
We must keep fighting.
fighting!
All right.
It seems to be working.
I think not.
General, hold on!
Uh-oh. Oh dear. That's a big hole. Careful of that first step, it's a doozy.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor!
No, it didn't.
Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain?
Yeah, get the fuck out.
We poisoned a number of villages in Slitherbound with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
Great way to endear yourselves to us.
This is the antidote.
Yeah, right.
I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
J-kick him right in the hole.
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
And this is Sparta.
Do not fail.
Y'shtola? Yes, this is Rak'tika!
How noble and pointless.
Phew.
Is everyone all right?
We lost Y'shtola. Where the hell is she?
What?
Oriange! At once! Down with you!
Where is Y'shtola?
No question, Mini Muffin. You know, I forgot all about that little situation. So I'm glad I'm redoing this. Alright, Thancred, what do you got to say? Thancred, thankfully Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Umet should be here soon with word from Phaera. We should hold our position until she arrives. Alright. Alma, what do you got to say? Alma is strangely quiet. Thancred, Alma, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods somewhere. No. Were there another means of escaping or exiting the temple, there was no question that we would know of it. But I fear that it is of little consequence, for we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height... Oyamet says, Sister! I come bearing news! The Ilmoran soldiers and the children have fled Ixmaya. They abandoned Slitherbow as well, though they yet remain in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the Blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. Oyamet continues, one we believe to be of their order was found lost in Ixmaya, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Phaera for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and the other Blessed will not last long without an antidote. Thancred says, then we must act quickly. If you've a spare vial, Menphilia and I can deliver it to the Blessed in Slitherbow. Thancred says, you and Urianger should return to Phaera and tend to the wounded villager there. Menphilia says, what about Y'shtola? Thancred says, I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into that hole for a reason. We have to save the Blessed, whatever it takes. Menphilia says, all right. My sisters and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Urianger says, come, let not Y'shtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Phaera. Alright, Uber Danger. Alright, Elf Man. Let's go. Yeah, that is a good part, Laura. That was. I'm surprised I forgot it. That was enjoyable. Alright, where is Urianger? He is up here somewhere. Or down there? Down there. It's Runar! It's Good Boy! Oh no. Urianger, heavens forfend. Runar! 'Twas he who forestalled the Ilmoran's procession, and in so doing afforded thee time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. Let's get him better. He's my favorite big cat boy. Ugh, from Runar. Alright, let's give him another dose. Runar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of medicine. Alright, there we go. Dose number 3. The medicine seems to take effect as the color slowly creeps back into his cheeks. Asuna! Urianger says, it would appear the worst hath passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister him forthwith. Alright. Deepwood green, Celeste green. I like that one, but do I want the Gillis? Oh, I'll take the dye. Urianger stands over Runar, ready to begin his ministrations. Alright, let's do this. Rest, I pray thee. I shall attend to Runar's ministrations. You better make him better, Danger Elf.
Runar, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidotes to Slitherbow, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ilmorans have had the good manners to withdraw. Thank the gods they did, or we would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbow.
In the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
Yeah, Square Enix Final Fantasy is really good at reaching in and grabbing your feels.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
What will I say? I cannot be certain, but it was she who secured the antidote, or she saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost, or say nothing. Laura, what do you think I should say to him? You get to pick. 1, 2, or 3. Okay. She saved the Knight's Blessed, albeit at a cost.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya? No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing?
My heart is just breaking for this poor guy.
I cannot believe she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or...
That's okay, Laura.
She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Oh, poor kitty man. He's crying. He's heartbroken.
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
Oh, look who it is.
Wow, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious. So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time? Well, what an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. It is never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
Just one.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
What do I say? I'm beginning to wonder what really happened when she fell. After she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind, as if from nowhere. I'm beginning to wonder.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail. Flow.
The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her. Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
Alright, I'm giving him the hug. There, we gave him a hug. Alright, Emmett, what are you up to? Emmett says, now then, if I'm to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that resonates strongly with the life stream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, an ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close as you venture out into the woods. The brighter the glow, the stronger the location's resonance with the life stream. Once you've found a likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. To find a location that resonates with the life stream, you'll need to search the area marked on the map. Alright. Use the lamp to pinpoint an ideal location to call for Emmett Selch. Emmett Selch. Alright. Use the lamp. Alright, let's see here. I'm going the wrong way. I hate these up and down places. Well, they're beautiful and all, but ugh, it's so hard to get out of them. Let's see. Okay. This way. The lamp is dim as if it would go out at any moment. It glows brightly. Glows faint. Dim as if it might go out at any moment. Back this way then. Faintly. Warmly. The lamp is near blinding. Perhaps now would be a good time to call for Emmett Selk. Place of residence. Here we go. Oh, this is good.
This place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate.
Oh boy.
Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
Oh, it's quite all right, Laura.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Ishtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What will the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the live stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Qitana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
What'll I say? Heavens no. In fact, I was awaiting your return. I wouldn't have known where to start, or I'll tell you after you've got some rest. Heavens no. I was awaiting your return.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Happy Cat makes me happy. He's such a good boy, that kitty. Metzelk says, what a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to the eye, but as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. What'll I say? You're wrong, they're better than that, or, says the Archbringer of Chaos, you're wrong, they're better than that. Emmett Selk says, oh, but if I had a gill for every time one of you heroes made that claim. Seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow the seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them, he who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and return to your customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companion and leave it at that. Now we mustn't keep your friends waiting. All right, let's go. Alright, here we all are. Let's talk to Y'shtola again. My apologies for having put you all through such an ordeal. I could see no other way to save the Knights Blessed. Happily, both they and I yet live, thanks to you. But our work here is not yet done. We must make ready to enter the Qitana Ravel and put the Light Warden to the sword. Alright. I'm gonna hide my glasses temporarily. Alright, Almet, what do you got to say? The entrance to the Qitana Ravel lies open, and Almet would see you on your way. It says, with the Ilmorians gone and your companion now returned, I will think it best you go now before they can regroup. With magic flowing once more through the Great Pyramid of Uxnur, the entrance to the Qitana Ravel should be open. Y'shtola says, before we leave, Arianje, did you discover anything that might suggest the Light Warden hides elsewhere? Arianje says, nay, though we had but little time before the Ilmorians' most unwelcome arrival. We scoured the nearby environs and spoke once more with the one called Coril. Having hearkened to her tale, it is my judgment that the Sin Eater which her late mother did espy was indeed the being we seek, and that it most likely resided in the vicinity of Rak'tika Falls. In the absence of any subsequent sighting, I had no reason to believe our quarry hath sought out a new sanctuary, and given the considerable difficulty we face in reaching the falls, we may be certain it hath not been disturbed by man. Y'shtola says, then our course is clear. Y'shtola continues, we must navigate the Qitana Ravel and make for Rak'tika Falls. It says, though you see it as but another obstacle to be navigated, the Qitana Ravel is the oldest and most sacred of our temples. The accumulated knowledge of the Empire is said to reside inside. Knowledge which is rightfully yours as allies of Ronka. You are welcome to explore. Y'shtola says, I fully intend to survey every ilm of it, once our mission is complete. Ulmet says, were the Emperor still alive, he would be overjoyed to hear you say so. But I must warn you, though the way is open, it is still heavily guarded. Semet says, to discourage trespassers and test the worth of our allies, it had to be so. Be careful in there. Almet says, head east and you will find the path of azure flowers leading to the Ravel. I wish you safe passage through its halls. Awesome. Thank you, Rory. Alright. Runar says, Master Matoya, I know I cannot dissuade you from going, so please, promise me you will return safely. The Knights Blessed need you. Y'shtola says, you need not worry, Runar. I will return and bring with me a long-awaited gift. One the Knights Blessed will treasure now and forevermore. Now let us away. Search the destination. Okay. Oh goodness. Gotta get over there now. Yeah, Stalin Gap.
Let me know when you're outside the Ravel.
Okay, will do.
I'm going to use marriage privileges.
Haha! Well, I pissed off a monkey on my way out here. Hey. All right. Woo. Yep, there's Rory here.
Yeah, Laura, this is my rabbit.
Yep, that's Rory's rabbit there. Yeah! Excuse me. You can feel the aether flowing through the door. A gentle push may be all that's required. Ishtala says, our earlier efforts were not in vain, it seems. Stay on your guard. We know not what awaits us inside. Qitana Ravel is now accessible. Looks like people might be busy, so I'm gonna just queue us. I mean, it is 3 a.m. server time again, so we'll see what happens. It might be that, you know, end up on another stream. Well, that's 2 DPS. We just need a healer.
But I'm happy today. I got to fight Susanna.
Nice.
I love that trial so much.
That one is a fun one.
As I came in, I went to the other tank. I was like, can I take the swords, please? It's like my favourite thing. I was like, you know what? Yeah, go on then. I was like, yes! You got my con for that.
Cool. Here we go.
Now to remember how to level 70 on Gunbreaker.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I've got a way through time. hopefully we'll be fine with this. It's a white mage after all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that bolt doesn't usually go that costly. So I'm impressed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'd love it if the casting top dropped. Or the sleeves.
Yeah. I don't really like the tank that the caster gave me.
Hmm.
This is time for wombo combo.
Yes, it was. I was wombo comboing. Yeah. Ooh. Hey. Glam acquired.
Ah, the bat.
Mm-hmm.
I like the bat boss.
Oh god, this dungeon is so pretty. It's like I came to this dungeon to go shopping.
I'm Aurora. Using Aurora.
Yeah. I'm bringing you a present. I gotcha. I see it.
Gunbreaker, one of the few tanks I am willing to do massive bolts on. Because it has so much survivability, it's insane. You might be a lot of capacity, a lot of control.
Yeah, I just got the... Yep.
Standing behind him, that's a good idea. smooth. Aiming.
Aww.
I think the tops can drop from the last boss too.
Yes, they can.
Should take a sec to admire this view before we jump out.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Welcome.
This flight game is getting my coffee.
Uh-huh, mine too.
This isn't easy to do, even with white mage is attacking.
Yep.
I think it can depend on the tank you get as well.
Well,
but still, it's still fucking
they are doing so good.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even see it target me. well.
That was really fucking smooth.
That was incredible.
I haven't seen it run like that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't run this for a while either, but that was...
That was buttery smooth. That was nice.
Mm-hmm.
The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered.
Aye, that they have. Her condition yet troubleth thee.
It does. Though she shows no immediate signs of corruption, the danger remains. She must be told. Would you describe it to me, Urianger? Paint for me a picture with your words.
A sea of shimmering stars. Diamonds strewn across a raven gown. Boundless and beautiful. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source. Calm and gentle and forgiving.
I can see it.
For however deep the void, or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light. Ominous though that may sound, given our present travails.
Well fought. Let us return home.
Oh, I missed that before. She patted his butt.
Who did it?
Y'shtola patted Urianger's butt. Or his back. Okay. But, you know, it looked like it was a butt pat.
It's definitely his butt.
Uh-huh.
It's Tyuba Danger Buns.
Yes.
The murals, if I am not mistaken, they predate the Empire.
How can you tell?
A peculiarity of the paint. Most are made from mineral-based pigments, but whatever was used here is older than anything I have ever seen. According to Almet, this sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate, I wonder?
Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting. Come to lead us to safety, have you? I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work.
You're plotting something.
Every hour of every day. But never you mind about that. As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more. Well, I will quit this place and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Ah, there is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
That I do. Indeed, there was a time when anyone and everyone would. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. And the worst part? No one could remember it. Not really. Just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. A vision shared at a paradise lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Once upon a time. Yet here we find ourselves again, to look, learn, and remember.
Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening.
Before the Great Sundering, there was one world. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn. She who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus, was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard. But it sounded an awful lot like you were implying both Zodiac and Hydaelyn are not gods. But...
What? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or... Oh. They are gods after a fashion, yes. But no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted. Formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. The eldest and most powerful,
of primals.
You've spun quite the tale. Yet you have not explained the role of the Asings in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time?
Finally you ask the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Assassins know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiac, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Wouldn't you wish for the same?
Alright. So this is where I'm going to wrap it up for today. And I don't know if there'll be a stream tomorrow or not. I have plans for in the evening. In the early afternoon, so we'll see what tomorrow brings, but it'll probably be the day after tomorrow. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you enjoy. And I'll see you all next time. Alright, bye for now.